Hey, Jupo. Hey, Speedrun fan? No. For this version of the game, 100% would be all events, which is about a 6.5, 7-hour run. The HD remaster is a platinum percent run that's all events plus other stuff too, which I think is like a 11-hour run or so. Oh, glad to hear that, Cheapo. Oh yes, we will be getting much, much stronger in this run than in the single storyline runs, don't you worry. Hey Linux man, welcome in. Not only from leveling up a lot more, but also actually getting into the game's crafting system. Hey newbie, thanks for the luck. So even though this is an all storylines run, it's actually going to be a while before we actually start any of the storylines. There's a bunch of prerequisite stuff need to do first, and then we also need to unlock the weapon forge. This is my first time doing a streamed run of the category. I've done a couple offline runs already on the HD remaster. This isn't technically my first run, but it's my first PS1 version run. Hey, Johnny Danger. Yeah, the past years I've developed a big appreciation for PlayStation 1 games that still use 2D sprite work. I think those have aged considerably better than 3D games of the era. You need to stop trying to wiggle run right at the edge of the screen like that. Just asking to bonk the corner and then go back where I came from. Yes, I did. I hit my Faerie percent goal last weekend with a mid 146. My favorite Mana series game, as of now at least, is the HD remake of Trials of Mana. With this game and Secret of Mana being not too far behind. Oh, thanks. I'd say Faerie storyline is probably my strongest PB at this game now. Certainly the one I put the most work into. Yes, I will be playing the Chrono Cross remaster. Probably not going to be streaming it, but I will definitely be playing it. And based on what I've been seeing and hearing lately, I'll most likely be playing it with the original soundtrack instead of the new stuff, because I didn't find the new music samples they released very impressive. Yeah, I know, right? RPG chick, I mean, just... why? It was even more surprising that apparently Yasunori Mitsuda was supervising it, too, but I mean... The remastered music for Secret of Mana HD was kind of hit or miss, too, and Hiroki Kikuta, the original composer, supervised that, too. Hey, Rotorstorm, welcome in. Hey, MP King. Hey, corporate image, let's see that. Hey, Magic. Oh, nice. Glad to hear that, Rotorstorm. Yeah, I'll be doing some soul blazing myself in the coming months, too. I haven't decided when exactly yet. I still haven't heard anything about the annual community race yet. I mean, I hope that's still happening, but even if it doesn't, I'll definitely be doing some Soul Blazer on my own. I'm not planning on this being a one and done thing. I mean, I'm not planning on it being a long PB grind, but I don't know. I was thinking maybe like 2 or 3 runs, maybe more. I guess just I'd at least like to get a run that doesn't have any like significant mistakes in it. We'll see how long it holds my interest. This category is kind of a lot more about the routing than about the gameplay, because once we forge our killer croquet mallet, that trivializes most of the rest of the fights in the game after about the hour mark. I mean, that's not entirely a bad thing, because it is very, very, very cathartic to be able to wreck Spriggan and Aggravator's faces for all the pain they've caused me in single story runs. Oh, I think next after this is probably going to be Soul Blazer, but I'm not planning on really doing that for super long. And as far as like what my next kind of really major speed project is, that's going to be like a focused PB grind and stuff, I haven't decided yet. Still kind of waffling on if I want to learn another new game or go back to something I've run before and want to improve my time at. I would recommend any percent, mostly just because there's better resources for it. As far as like Elmegus has a video tutorial, and there's a text guide from Stinger PA. Okay, that was very derpy, but I got the fast pattern at least. I don't think I'll ever be truly done with speedrunning Chrono Trigger, but I don't really know when I'm gonna get back to it at this point. My preferred category for it is 5.5 hours long, and I'm not really in a good position with my work schedule right now to be able to do runs that long. Hey, Lemur, thank you very much. Did you get any Levantines tonight, or was it the Hallway of Sadness again? Yeah, if I ever get back to FF6, it's probably going to be the Japanese version again, just because that's the definitely the run that I'm the least happy with my PB at. Alright, so this is a side quest that we don't normally do in any single story categories. We're just doing it to get a ton of money quickly. It's part of preparing for weapon forging. Because for the price of like 2 cutscenes and 2 fights, we get a ring that we can sell for 3,000 lucre. I've done 2 offline runs of this so far in the HD remaster on my PS4. This is my first time streaming it. Should clock in at roughly 4 hours, hopefully a bit less. Oops, I was supposed to complete. Okay, I just need to pay more attention to the text. This little cutscene here is unnecessary. After the hand puts me down, I need to move. Alright, so I just wasted probably like 20 seconds or so there. Thanks, Space Created. When I was practicing for this too, I noticed something that they'd be curious if it could be a minor, if it could be a micro optimization in Jumi percent actually. That would be after you talk to El Azul and activate Cosmo to go into your house in order to ditch him, because I noticed that cuts out some dialogue in the cavern on your way to the boss. I haven't done any testing yet to see if that actually saves any time, but it's an idea I had. Right, yeah. After you pick up El Azul, go into your house that he leaves, and then go and do Cosmo after that, because then he won't be with you, and it cuts out some dialogue, and if you near the start, because he shows up anyway when you meet Sandra, but definitely when you talk to the Lord of Jewels, that definitely felt faster without El Azul. It's what I'm going to be doing in this run, because the route needs to go into the house as part of getting the Mana Sword. That ditches El Azul, but it made me wonder if that might be worth doing in Jumi percent too. If it saves time, it wouldn't be much, but I think it could be more than 0 potentially. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely worth it in longer categories, because you're getting the Mana Sword. You're comboing that with starting Cosmo. The question would be if it's worth going in and out of your loading in and out of your house specifically to ditch El Azul, because you'd also have the animation of him walking away too. Thanks, Delicious. I can also see it maybe being the case that it only saves time on remaster because of the faster loading times. I'll test it at some point. Make sure I remember not to, or make sure I don't forget to do my shopping, because I'm doing it on my way to the dungeon instead of on my way to the cutscenes this time. I found in practice that doing the shopping later is a little more efficient, because the scholar that you buy the materials from doesn't have time to walk to the left during the Sproutling cutscene that way. A new feature that looks like it was recently added to OBS that I kind of like too is if you have a audio source muted, it still shows you a volume slider. See how loud something would be if it wasn't muted. Yeah, every time I tried to buy the stuff on coming instead of going, I ended up the guy ended up walking behind one of the other NPCs on the top, and sometimes I would talk to the wrong NPC by mistake because I didn't have like a clean view through the foreground objects. Alright, so speaking of which, now it's time to do some shopping. Yeah, he was making a beeline for the left there. Firestone. Some of my right didn't take. Yeah, I like to say that this is one of the best looking and sounding games on the PS1. Hey, Jenna. Well, this is my first PS1 version run of this category, so if I finish it, it will be a PB. Always a nice position to be in my opinion. Hey, Bobsled. That's going alright. Big agreement there. Some seeds, which I'll need for the foraging. Yeah, this dungeon is rough casually because of the gate puzzles and the fact that there's no way to have all of the gates be open at the same time. It's certainly been therapeutic to just blitz through this place in speedruns. Hey, Zypher, welcome in. Yeah, there's a number of things I really wish they would have added to the remaster for further quality of life. Probably the single biggest thing I would say would just be better resources for understanding some of the more obtuse mechanics in the game, like the pets and weapon forging systems. But I would have personally really loved to have seen a higher difficulty option that doesn't require New Game Plus. And then, yeah, in-game maps would have been really nice, too. There's quite a few dungeons in this game that are pretty confusing to navigate because of it's a lot of fairly small screens connected by screen transitions that are kind of disorienting as far as where you are exactly in the big picture. Cooperative suplex monkey, spiral claw drop. Dropped the combo twice, but still a decent fight. Definitely like in this version of the game how I don't get random lag spikes whenever the boss decides to start casting spells. Doing practice and runs on the remaster, my rhythms sometimes gotten thrown off by this just brief lag spike. Spellcast animation is starting. Oops. Hey, D7, thank you. I don't know why I've been doing this all of a sudden. It wasn't really ever a problem in Jumi, as far as remembering which shopkeeper to talk to. I don't know, maybe I've just been getting it in my head that it's the top one because it's the top one that gives you the rewards after you're done here. Yeah, it's a really nice chill run that's also very therapeutic as far as getting to wreck the faces of bosses that are huge jerks in full story runs. We're about 20, probably about half an hour or so away from the weapon forging at this point. I'm not planning for this to be a super long PB grind or anything, but I like to do a couple runs and at least get a run that doesn't have any significant mistakes in it, and then kind of have that be my send-off to running this game for a while. Don't talk to them. Never actually have to talk to that guy. I'm getting it in my head that I do need to lately. She's a siren. I don't think that's her, though. I think that's another siren that has a similar sprite, but otherwise, yeah. Hey, Wells, thank you, thank you. Oh, her sister, okay. Does she have a name? So I do not remember. Just a bit too. Oh, as in, going into, Tower of Lyris without having ever started this quest. Yeah, because I did that accidentally, in a practice run of Jumi percent, and yeah, needless to say, the run ended there. The kind of mistake you only make once. Or is accidentally talking to Pearl before you leave. Yeah, the reason the hammer was doing so much damage there was because of the counter-strike ability. It gets an 8 times damage multiplier when you use it with a hammer-type weapon. Yeah, it is. It feels kind of strange to me that they chose to make separate triggers for activating the boinks in McKeeve Caverns and well, deactivating the Lost Princess. Oh yeah, that too. That Pearl isn't locked in the tower when you've spawned her there for Looking Glass Tower. Maybe they did that somewhat just because of Pearl being part of one of the main storylines in the game, unlike stuff like the Principal VO, where he's only part of side quests. So if you manage to lock yourself out of something, you're not going to lock yourself out of finishing a main quest. That'd be my best guess as far as why they made those choices. Yeah, well I'd call that on brand for Niccolo. That wherever there's money to be made, he'll be there. Lamesh. Well, certainly not a name that rings a bell to me. Although a lot of the side quests in this game I've only done once. As part of getting platinum on the remaster. Kind of a bad position for the bear. So is this hammer upgrade here pretty much solely for the Laban fight? Because in a practice run the other day, I actually forgot to equip it, then sold it when I was selling stuff to afford holy water, and I didn't really notice that big of a difference in the mines, at least for the regular fights. So I haven't done the Laban fight in this category enough times to have a lot of sense of like how many hits the heads are supposed to take. Moral of the story, I should have done this beforehand so I could sell my steel hammer and not have to spend so much time scrounging around my inventory. So for people that aren't fans of Gilbert, by the way, we are going to be milking him for every penny that we can in order to buy a bunch of weapon forging items here. So he's expecting 3,000 lucre here, and we're going to be giving him about 50. Now, yeah, I guess we're getting that's also true. But I'm sure Monique would understand that the selling of her lamps is going towards future forging of Killer Croquet Mallet. I got the 0 camera scroll. Yeah, this isn't like a 100% run because there's still a lot of side quests that I won't be doing, but this is all of the major storylines in the game. Doing all quests would add about another 2.5, 3 hours on top of this. Yeah. It's why my advice to anybody wanting to get 100% in this game casually is to use like a spoiler-free guide of some kind, as far as telling you how to build your overworld map and what order to do the quests in order to ensure you don't lock yourself out of anything. That unfortunately is pretty easy to do. So we're going to be spending some time in these mines now. This first quest we're doing is going to end up being required because I believe it's Polkeel Dreamteller, which is one of the Faerie storyline quests, has this as a prerequisite, but we're doing it now in order to be able to unlock the weapon forge. But the longest quest that we're doing here is something we'd have to do anyway. That didn't kill it? Okay. Has to be a true power hit. I think I've definitely been finding challenging with this run too is just fights, having to do fights that you do in other categories but differently. It's either having a different weapon or the enemies having different amounts of health. Like in Faerie storyline, you have a sword here instead of a hammer, and the enemies have less health. Still not really used to the swing and spin speeds of the hammer instead of the sword here. I'm actually done with learning skills at this point. The only skill that I really need is Counter-Strike. Yeah, I use triangle for spin. I didn't get insta-cast this time. After your first spin attack, keep holding. Oh, I did not know that. She'll have to practice that. That sounds very nice. Get used to it. Ow. Okay. Yeah, I've been running this game for about 6 months now without knowing about that, so that's definitely going to take some practice to change muscle memory, but that is very good to know about. Thank you very much for the tip. Yeah, I've tried a couple times in situations where it would be a little more optimal for menuing to map spin to circle, but I just can't do it. So I'm just eating the minor menu time loss to always map it to triangle. Yep, same with jump. Now we're doing a short quest to find Watts' hammer, which is basically the last thing that we need to do in order to unlock the weapon forge. The quest after this is technically just tutorials for the weapon forge. Oh, no. Okay. It's one of two sections of the run that doesn't have any real basis in the shorter categories. Need to practice the holding square thing before trying to actually do it in runs. Yeah, I've played the HD remaster. I've mostly played it on PS4, but I have it on PC as well, and it's more or less the superior version for speedrunning because the loading times are faster. And there's some quality of life things like an auto run feature so that you don't have to hold the circle button to run. But the PS1 version's a lot more convenient for me to stream. That's what I'm doing most of my runs on. But yeah, for this category, I think doing it on the HD remaster would save between 15 and 20 minutes just on loading times. Picking up our pet rabbit that we'll be needing later. Ask all of the possible questions here. split is going to be after leaving with the Killer Croquet Mallet. Making us a gold hammer like we buy in some other categories, but we're not done there. Now we're going to start tempering it. The vengeful guy still coming. Raven feather. Oh, grapes. Like how we're not just forging our weapon with like metal and crystals and stuff, we're putting food into it too. I really do not understand this, by the way, very well. I just kind of dimly understand that there's these slots associated with the weapon that have special abilities put into them, but I haven't taken the time to try to actually understand it in depth yet. Yeah, I know Mecha Link is the brains behind this recipe for the hammer forge. Alright. Finally, is the citrus stored? And yeah, these cards we're seeing are related to these slots in the hammer. Yeah, that's one of numerous things that I wish they would have made easier to understand in the HD remaster. Alright, so we've now gone from having 30 attack power to 161. Enemies are going to be dying very fast from this point forward. And the reason we don't do this in oh, did I not put down the spoon yet? I'm supposed to do this. Yeah, like a preview screen showing what'll happen if you do X or Y with your weapon forging would have helped immensely. Okay. Now we go to the start the dragon storyline. And then something similar for like feeding your pets would have been nice too, showing like what feeding certain items to your pets will do to their stats. And the rabbite hooking it like that. Not really. The manual, I mean, tells you the controls, and basic stuff about the game, but it doesn't have like any super detailed explanations of like weapon forging or the like. Yeah, and then you had Illusion of Gaia, which more or less had a complete strategy guide for the entire game included in the manual. Without which, good luck getting 100% in that game. Yeah, I can't say I was particularly impressed with the manual for Saga Frontier when I played the HD remaster of that a couple months ago. Oh, glad to hear God fought. I've actually speedran all three of them. Though my personal favorite is Final Fantasy Legend 3. That's the only one I actually played extensively as a kid. Final Fantasy Legend 3 is something I'm starting to feel a little bit of an itch to speedrun again, too, just because there's some new routing for it, for the glitchless category. Alright, so watch this boss's health bar, assuming it doesn't troll me and teleport. And goodbye. But yeah, that's what forging a strong weapon can do. Sadly, it's not something that pays back the time investment in a shorter category, but in a longer one like this, it definitely does. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy Legend 3 is the easiest of the three, largely because it has traditional experience levels. So if you don't really get the hang of the evolution system, you can just choose to ignore it and just kill stuff and level up instead, which is what I did as a kid. Oh, ouch. Yeah. I mean, I've done and seen enough Dragon % runs to know that, yeah, that boss can just do instant teleports and then chain them together if it so chooses. Yeah, I don't really think there's any prerequisites for Path of the Blacksmith other than mind your own business. I mean, you'll have to do some other quests in order to get the bottled spirit that opens up the mines, but as the routing for this shows, you can do that pretty quickly. Okay, so 3 other quests is the fastest road to getting into the mines. Yeah, it was pretty good for the most part. Had a little bit of stressful stuff come up at work on Friday, but fortunately had a very chill weekend after that to wash that away. Had to be something behind that tree. Guessing those onion or those turnip head enemies must be immune to whatever the damage type of the hammer is, as far as why they take so many hits. Yeah, that is an important mechanic. That there's some artifacts that you'll only be given if you have 2 or less on you at the time. Something that's definitely taken advantage of speedrun routes. Our God Hammer hasn't reached its final form yet, too. Going to be giving it an upgrade after we're done with the Bone Fortress. I think Chrono Trigger's fine the way it is, honestly, with the updates that the PC version has gotten as it first came out. What I would really love to see personally is just a new Chrono game. Because like I've said a couple times before that I would have loved to have seen the Chrono series be kind of like the Mana series, like not a not like Final Fantasy where there's like dozens of entries, have like a series where they make a new game like every console generation basically, and they're not like a continuous story. It's just kind of you have recurring like lore type stuff and characters like the News and Spekios. Maybe like the combo system for battle that each game is standalone. That's what I would have loved to have seen with Chrono. Yeah, I guess Star Ocean's another good example. And Tales, yeah. Although I think Tales does have some like true sequels. Like, I didn't know until I was most of the way through Tales of Berseria, which is actually the only Tales game I played that it was a sequel to, or more, I guess more a prequel to Tales of Zestiria. Yeah, I mean, I don't think every game would need to be based on time travel, too, because there's only really so many things you can do with that premise, but maybe just have Chrono games be about traveling of some kind. Like Chrono Trigger was traveling through time, and Chrono Cross was traveling through dimensions and reality. Alright, so now we've got pretty much the worst boss in the game as far as randomness. Even with our killer croquet mallet, this guy can still be a pain. Like that. Like that. Should kill him unless he chains two attacks together though. Yep, alright, he's dead. Yep, everybody loves Aggravator. That fight will last however long the game wants it to, with some skill factors involved too, of course, but if the boss wants to waste your time, then it will. About it. I'll say though, it would be nice if the PC version of Chrono Trigger would get ported to consoles too, for people that prefer playing games on consoles. As of now, at least, that's the only like easily accessible version of the game. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, yeah, that's why I definitely like overall like the boss fights in Faerie and Jumi more than Dragon. aren't any bosses in those categories that just waste a lot of your time without really any kind of recourse. At least with the more random bosses in the other categories, with skill, you can counter their special attacks with your own. Yeah, I mean they did that with like the PC versions of like Final Fantasy 7 and 9, so why not do it with Chrono Trigger too? Put it on like the Switch and the PS4. Maybe that's in the plans if the Chrono Cross remaster is successful enough. I've heard rumors about an FF9 remake, although I am very, very skeptical personally, given that they haven't finished with the FF7 remake yet. So starting a remake of FF9 in the middle of that would seem really strange to me. Hey, Faizu, morning, sir. Remember, the route's a little different than Dragon Percent at this point. Well, we had that 2 weekends ago, so I'm with you there. Only the bottom. Well, I would definitely be a fan of year-round daylight savings time, at least where I live. I would vastly prefer the extra hour to always be at the end of the day. Cooperative Sierra there. Wait, what? Why was the keys hitbox not there? I mean, normally when you bump into that key, it has some. It's treated like a solid object, and you can't clip through it like that. So that was really strange. Yeah, I know. At least in the U.S., there's some areas that are like at the far edge of time zones where having getting rid of time changes would do some wacky things to parts of their year. Like there's some states that are on the far west of the Eastern time zone, and I've honestly never really understood why states like Michigan and Ohio do Eastern time instead of Central time, but I know like those areas during parts of the winter, like the sun doesn't come up until after 8 o'clock sometimes. Alright, little movement tech here to get the red light to catch up. Thanks, the Blackberry. Good old Jijara. Yeah, Faizu, welcome to longer categories of this game where, because of how much combat you're doing, it's actually worthwhile to delve into the game's weapon crafting system. Like in a single storyline category, generally the strongest weapon you're going to get is going to have an attack power around like 45 or so. Right now I'm using a hammer that has a power of 161, and after this quest I'm going to be upgrading it to 188. Not to be confused with 88 miles an hour. So maybe that's the airspeed velocity of my hammer. Yeah, the enemy type that seems the most resistant to crushing damage, though, is turnips. They're a little too soft and springy. Get smushed properly. Split for the field trip. So, people in the know, is there a prerequisite reason or something why we're doing the Gorgon Eye now? Or is it just because we're here and we can? Say goodbye to Mr. or Ms. Rabbit. We're ditching the Rabbite just because paths slow down certain cutscenes. I forgot to I have to de-equip the hammer before I can temper it again. Okay, so it's just for overworld movement optimization. That makes sense then. So again, this ups the attack power from 161 to 188. I do appreciate how in the remaster the game adds symbols to weapons that you've upgraded. Make them stand out in the list. I guess also if you were to skip this and do it later, you might have to waste some steps in order to set up the start of the Lucky Clover too. Alright, so this quest, we're taking a short break from the Dragon storyline to do this, which is eventually going to be a prerequisite for Faerie storyline. I'm sure Mambo the Tomato Man misses us too. Hey Katse, thanks for the luck. Yeah, it's usually both. I mean, I generally, when I pick games to speedrun, it's usually games that I just enjoy playing and want to challenge myself with, and to a greater extent than just playing it casually. In a lot of cases, too, it's games from my childhood, too, that I've got nostalgia for. This one's pushing it a little bit for nostalgia purposes, because I remember renting this game around when it came out, but I didn't get very far. I didn't actually play it in full until 2006. The main reason I remember the specific year is because I bought a copy of this game to hold me over while I was waiting for Kingdom Hearts 2 to come out in English, which was in 2006. But this game I've come to enjoy a lot more as a speedrun than as a casual play. Hey BroodVX, thanks for the luck. Hey Cypher, you're going pretty good. My advice to people wanting to get into speedrunning is usually just to pick a game that you enjoy playing and want to challenge yourself with, kind of like me. If you end up liking doing speedruns of it, then great. If you don't, pick a different game. Yep. Beat the game and then beat it again even faster. Yeah, it's always kind of a hard thing to not only make recommendations for games to speedrun, but also just approaches for learning how to speedrun games too, just because that's very personal depending on the runner and just what they want to do with their free time, basically. Because like my approach with a lot of these runs of RPGs is that when I get started, my goal is just to be able to consistently finish runs, and even if that means using slower strats than optimal, and then do a couple runs, and then if I enjoy it enough to want to push it further, then I'll work in more challenging or less consistent strategies. But there's other people that like to just kind of learn everything the optimal way from the beginning, so that they don't have to like unlearn and relearn routes and strategies later on. And I think both approaches are valid, because again, it's a personal decision based on what you as the runner are looking to do. Right now, at least I'm in a position where I only really have kind of the time and energy to do streamed runs about once a week, so I would pretty much always like to finish at least one run per session. Yeah, that's definitely valid too, Sophie. I feel like that's kind of an even bigger thing in platformer type games or just action games, period, where those types of games usually just have speedrun strats that are just inherently more difficult, or at a high level at least, that are just inherently more difficult to do than in RPGs, where in a lot of cases it's about just having like a lot of knowledge about the game and how to react to different situations as they come up. I was supposed to place some artifacts. Well, place this, I guess. Had two mistakes with my map building, but neither of them really matter other than just less efficient. I've never actually seen a speedrun of Zombies Ate My Neighbors. I should fix that at some point. Let everyone die, it's faster. Okay, well. Sorry, neighbors, gotta go fast. Well, true. I mean, it's not like you're doing any kind of false advertising or anything. Really need to practice that that buffered spin tech. Like it'll help a fair bit with certain fights. More for the most part, yes. Although it kind of depends on what game I'm running and just how much practice I feel like I need in order to stay in shape for the next weekend full run session. Like for this game, I usually like to, I mean, thus far at least, when I was running single story categories, I would generally do like one run during the week, just for staying in shape, basically with practice, and if I didn't have time or motivation to do a full run, I would do some save state practice of some certain fights and stuff. But like when I was running Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, I did very, very little midweek practice for that. Both because I didn't feel like it needed as much, and also because I was treating it more as kind of a pretty chill speed game to get back into the groove of doing speed runs at all, because I'd taken a couple months off before that. Yep. Zuzu and all of the other RNGs heaped on and dollops. Well, I don't think it's a mistake. I mean, for just getting into speedrunning and getting into speedrunning RPGs in particular, I do think Mystic Quest is a pretty solid candidate because it's pretty easy to learn and it's a fairly short run too by RPG standards. I mean, until you're really trying to push like for sub 2 any percent, I mean, I don't think it's really that frustrating either. Like I would recommend this game for kind of similar reasons to anybody that's kind of looking more for an action RPG. It's because this is a very chill speed game at a beginner level. The only thing you really need to like be pretty precise with is your map building. But for the combat and stuff like that, just kind of do whatever. Also rip that boss, by the way, too, with the power of the hammer. For this run, yes, there's pretty solid guides for all three. Well, all three shorter categories, and there's resources for the longer ones too. Yeah, this game definitely kind of fit the bill of that I did some kind of fairly casual runs and then enjoyed it enough to want to try to optimize it further. So then I started going back and trying to actually learn more optimal strats for specific fights with better movement tech. If anyone wants to get into running this game too, I would recommend running the new HD remaster instead of the original version, like I'm doing too, just because it's both more accessible and it's faster too. I prefer running the original just because it's a lot more convenient for me to stream and record footage, but I think I'm more of an exception case. Yeah, that's my ideal kind of a speed run too, where it's there's very beginner friendly strategies, but if you want to try to really get your time down really far, then it gets really challenging really fast. Like the one and only platformer game that I've speedrun so far, Donkey Kong Country 2, is kind of like that too. Like pretty much every level in the game has some pretty beginner-friendly strategies, but that doesn't require doing any kinds of frame-perfect stuff. And even when you're doing easier strategies, you still feel like you're playing the game fast and speedrun of it. Should probably mention too that the reason we're doing Dragon Storyline first is I want to say for 3 reasons. Number 1 is ditching the Rabbite once we're done with the Ghost of Nemesis, because having a pet slows down cutscenes. 2 is getting a Giant's Horn in the Bone Fortress to use to upgrade our hammer, and I believe number 3 is that the land level for the flames, the next area that we're going to be going to, is set at the time that you go there. So the later you go there, the higher level the enemies will be. If that is not correct, though, anybody that is in the know, feel free to correct me. Map movement optimization, okay. Yeah, I'm sure quite a bit of science was put into optimizing the map movement for longer categories. Yeah, that's something I definitely noticed about the route for this too, is that the lands for each storyline are clustered together on the map, unlike in the single story runs where they're spread out a bit more. Yeah, this is the last quest of Dragon storyline, and then next we're going to be doing Jumi. I guess aside from map optimization, there's only really one reason I'm aware of for doing Jumi second, and that's that if there's a cutscene in the Palace of Geo where we talk to Christie and Sotheby, and that cutscene I believe is significantly slower if Sotheby is elsewhere, which happens in the Faerie storyline. It's not quite as significant of a reason for the ordering, but it does matter. And third and finally will be Faerie. Yeah, I remember you saying that in the Question for Glory run, that you have to like watch Sotheby very, very slowly walk into the screen to have his lines, and then I guess he walks out afterwards too. One definite plus to this category too is that you get to hear pretty much the full soundtrack as part of the speedrun too, because like all three storylines have their own musical theme that you hear in the cutscenes for the storyline as well as the final dungeon, and the boss fight, and the cutscenes after the boss fight. So do you use the same hammer build for all events, or do you do other stuff with it? I haven't actually seen an all events run yet. A flail, huh? Because of the fast, does that have a faster swing animation or something? The extra levels you get from doing more stuff makes it end up working out anyway compared to a hammer. Flail is a weapon type I don't think I've ever actually used in this game. I've used most of the others, at least briefly. Need to care quite as much about where the dragon dies, given that I don't have a pet here to wait for me to approach the gate. Yeah, I guess as far as recommendations for beginner-friendly RPG speed games, to Octopath Traveler is another one. The single storyline runs of that game are only about an hour each. The fastest version of the game is the PC version, which is nice and accessible. There's very beginner-friendly routes, I think, for all 8 characters. Like a lot of stuff, if you want to really push the time down, then you have to start kind of playing the lottery as far as using less consistent strategies. Hope to get lucky. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, with the all events run, how the amount of time you spend collecting battle drops. Something to consider more strongly. Yeah, I'd like to get back to Octopath at some point too. And the form that will probably take would be doing a single storyline run and then the full game Caldera run. I don't see myself wanting to do all 8 single story runs. Because unlike with this game, where the storyline runs have pretty different combat strats, because you're using different weapon types, in Octopath, the single story runs are all pretty similar as far as what you how you beat bosses underleveled. Hey, yes, Grant Evening's here. Do some practice with the non-blammo quick kill for Draconis and Irwin. See how consistent I can get it. 'Cause it's a few seconds faster to use regular attacks instead of blammo on bosses, but the blammo strat's mega consistent though. Especially with Irwin, where if he actually starts doing stuff, then you lose a lot of time. Oh, you want to look at using flail for this category too? So at the end of every, we just finished the dragon storyline. At the end of every storyline, there's a couple minutes of cutscenes with auto-scrolling text. Although for this one, there's a bug in this particular version of the game that where there's 3 text boxes that aren't auto-scrolling. It's not in the Japanese version. It's not in the HD remaster. I'm past the 3 text boxes, but I haven't been looking. Always good to just try out crazy ideas, because sometimes they may end up panning out. Like on a whim, I decided for back when I was running Final Fantasy VI, I decided to look into if I could beat Atma Weapon without summoning Carbuncle to give my whole party reflect, and sure enough, I found a setup for that ended up shaving about 10 seconds off the fight. Come to appreciate that moon at the top of the screen too. Oh, it's got a face on it. Being a jerk to Pearl because she has no useful combat abilities and then causes extra lag after fights, which there are quite a few in this tower. by the way, is anybody else out there feeling kind of old, given the fact that Kingdom Hearts is turning 20 tomorrow? Because I sure am. I remember pretty vividly renting that game for the first time. From Blockbuster, because that used to be a thing that I did. Yeah, I thought the premise was just the strangest thing imaginable when I heard about the game for the first time, but then I rented it and was like, wow, this is a really, really fun action RPG. Floor 8, so I need to go left instead of right. Andy. Yeah, when I first heard about the PlayStation and that it used memory cards instead of saving files directly on the game, I thought that was the silliest thing, until realizing that that meant that you could keep your own saves on games that you rented. Then I was very quickly a fan of memory cards. Go find some smart-looking guy. It's one of the odder translation choices. PS1 version. Particular spot to speed up this cutscene a little. Stuff like this I'm a big fan of when it's possible in RPG runs too, is optimizing how cutscenes play out, which is normally downtime. Thing in Chrono Trigger in a couple spots too. Yeah, I don't actually know if there was any meaningful overlap in development teams between this game and Saga Frontier, because I'm sure they... Like, I don't actually remember what year Saga Frontier came out, but I want to say it was like 99 maybe for this game. '97. Okay, so yeah. I mean, this game was 99 in Japan and 2000 in North America. And in countries outside of North America and Japan, it was released last year, because there never was a PAL release of this game, sadly, on the PS1. So, of the 7 jewel beasts that we fight as part of the Jumi storyline, I find this one to be among the harder ones in Jumi's single storyline, but I think it's the easiest one in all storylines for the same reason, and that's that you start right below it. In Jumi's storyline, you're using counter strikes, and in this, you're just wailing away. The fact that you start right next to it means you can just clean its clock right away. But its position is more awkward for setting up a counter strike. Yeah, I never actually played Saga Frontier back in the day. I played it for the first time a few months ago via the HD remaster. A game that I definitely enjoyed a lot more thanks to the quality of life features they added to the remaster, like New Game Plus and faster load times for like auto saves and stuff. Also a game I enjoyed a lot more after being willing to just do some light research into how to get strong. This is one of several points where, in order to be able to advance to the next quest, I have to do a clean exit from my house. Leaving my house at this point sets a flag that will make Elzul be at the tavern. Alright, so then if my movement was all spot on, I should be reaching Geo on Dryad Day. One of the optimal starting points for the Lucky Clover. Oh, Dryad Day. Aura Day, I believe, is the other one, although routes I use for both this and for Jumi's single storyline are start this on Dryad Day. Anyone out there is a teacher or an aspiring teacher, by the way, I do not recommend being like this fellow and chasing your students around, calling them dirt to their face. I do appreciate how diverse the teachers in this Magic Academy are, because you've got an animated stained glass window, a mummy, a demon, and I think there's at least one or two more. But because depending on what day of the week you're on, there's a different teacher in the classroom here. Like that mummy in the upper right corner of this library, I know is one of them. Yeah, I definitely feel for all teachers right now. I've got some in my family that are not having the best of times right now, to put it lightly. I have a cousin who's an art teacher, which is not exactly a subject that lends itself super well to doing remotely. One and only time where we need to advance the day twice. The gate for the Magic Academy is one that I think benefits a lot from the widescreen and the HD remaster too, because you actually get pretty good looks at the dragon statues around the gate. Appreciated how optimal wiggle running on a staircase makes you just zip up it. Feels really nice to get that. One of the aforementioned cutscenes where if you've already done the Faerie storyline and then sent Sotheby off to be elsewhere, then this cutscene and a couple others like it are going to be much, much slower. It's another reason I like the ordering the way it is too, is that having the some of the slower paced quests like this one not be near the end of a almost 4-hour run is feels kind of nice for pacing. Oh, you do Jumi last in all events? Yeah. You've been playing for over 6 hours, or well, around 6 hours, and Then you do these quests. Oh god, yeah, having the RNG with the Jumi gate puzzles being after over 5 hours into a run sounds pretty rough. I'm guessing is it just map optimization as far as why you do Jumi last in all events? This right here is something I was talking about earlier that I wanted to look into for possible use in the Jumi single story category as far as after you activate Cosmo going in and out of your house to ditch Elzol so that he doesn't have dialogue in the next dungeon area. Wouldn't surprise me if the extra loading times makes it not actually save time, but I'd like to look into it at least. Hey Strixus, you have yourself a good night. Well, since we've met both of the requirements for beating the game, which are finish one major storyline and place 18 artifacts in the overworld, we're going to get the Mana Sword while we're here, although we're a ways away from meeting the requirements for the category, because we haven't finished Jumi or Faerie yet. I'm going to just pick up the Mana Sword while we're here. I find almost as much satisfaction out of wrecking that fight as I do with like Acrobator or Spriggan too, just because I had a lot of rough times with the fights in this area and categories. Yeah, Secret of Mana, you use the Mana Sword. Final Fantasy Adventure, you get to use it at the very end of the game. It's given to you pretty much right before the final boss. And I think that's it, actually. You never actually use the Mana Sword as a weapon in this game, and you don't in Trials of Mana either. It's just a story item in that. Yeah, I know. Yep. I mean, that. Also, I find that fight hard to optimize too, just because if you're trying to do optimal wiggle running to approach the fight, the fact that you can't see yourself because the camera hasn't scrolled yet means that it's hard to kind of start that fight in a good position. So there's two Jumi-related cutscenes where you get letters from Sandra where the game will force you to re-enter the land you just came from, and this is one of them. Apparently that's not a thing on the Japanese version, though. 。 I would imagine that overall the Japanese version is slower because enemies have a lot more health. I mean, even though your weapons are better too, the higher health enemies I think probably makes it slower overall. I think I talked to him an extra time. Alright. Still not too used to how this cutscene plays out without Elzul dialogue. Yeah, Elazul catches up to you anyway here. A lot of these bosses I still do need to do a little practice on. I mean, they're all trivial compared to shorter categories, but they do still need to be optimized as far as how many hits you dish out and how you position them. Now we're gonna get a workout by going up and down the stairs 4 times. Technically 5. Talk to Elazul and then do 4 to the room. I like to view this kind of like getting the Hadoken Mega Man X. Don't have to actually do anything, you just have to load Elazul into memory, basically. Had to do that in order to get Elzul to leave our house and come here. Hey, Cheshire Cow, come in. Hey, Knox and Box, you have very good taste then. Nice Levantine. I had a Jumi storyline run where I got like 3 Levantines between my 2 trips through this tower. It was pretty sad. I made sure to apologize to any people, any Dragon percent runners out there for Levantines. Also satisfying for Jumi storyline bosses to not be giving Elzul opportunities to ruin your day. Most of the bosses in this category is that Elzul is there for. You can either aggro the boss against himself, or you can use an attack called Push that knocks them across the screen and messes up attacking them. Do another clean exit from our house to rest the story. Pit stop over here too. Little sorcerers. Do love me some lingering hammer hitbox. That's another letter delivery cutscene that forces us to re-enter where we came from. Picking up Bud and Lisa is required for Jumi's storyline, even though it doesn't really make sense until the very end. Start a quest that we're not actually going to finish in order to get the principal here and clear out the desert. Another cutscene that would be significantly slower if We'd already done Faerie storyline. That side of this palace always reminds me of the palace in Aladdin, too. All it needs is just a bigger dome on the top of the center. Speaking of Kingdom Hearts, which we were talking about earlier. Talk to Christy and be told that the statue is down here, or else the statue will not be down here. only Chumpy were the first choice, or the fastest option for what to say your name is here. Luck with the NPC movement. Always a fan of getting a item drop from the top enemy, just because of its experience. Good luck actually seeing and finding all of it through the foreground object. X is the confirm button. The desert area I was in is called Duma Desert, although it's kind of a dream version of it. The city I'm in is called Geo. Time having to cleanly leave the house in order to progress the story. That's big cutscene here. Back to some action. Hey, Monocled Unicorn, thanks for the luck. Definitely appreciated. Hey Kenny, thanks for the host. Hope your stream went well. Thanks for the luck as well. Oh, and just do the mana tree with the sword. That feels like it would lose you some time against the mana goddess. New ideas are always worth looking into. Yeah, I've been going back and forth on how much counter-striking to try to do on the mob fights and the Mana Sanctuary. Because the only one that seems like super consistent is the Yak. If you plunge it, it'll pretty much always try to lick you afterwards, and you can counter-strike and kill it. But the tree and the other stuff, like the dragons, seem pretty random. I guess, so what would you do for the Mana Goddess, though, without the hammer? Would you still use counter-strikes? Only more of them, or would use different strategy? I guess that is fair too, because the mana tree mobs drop a lot of experience, so being able to collect it faster via micro optimization. What's this guaranteed cutting bamboo though? Is that doing it during her ST or something? Or is this like at the start of the fight or something? Because yeah, my first practice run at this category, I was just not able to actually hit the mana goddess with Counter-Strike because of the pattern she gave me and not having good lineups. So I ended up actually killing her with Blammo after her ST. Yeah, I've only really been able to consistently hit her with Blammo when she does the big bomb attack if she's just not up against the edge of the screen. I've gotten it when she's up against the edge of the screen a few times in save state practice, but the frame window for that is pretty small. I don't think I've ever noticed before, though, that or I should say, a change with the remaster I didn't really notice before is that the gems are different shapes in the remaster in addition to different colors. Guessing that was probably an accessibility thing for making it more friendly for colorblind people. Thing. Elzul, please. Still causing issues, even when I have the power of the killer croquet mallet. My last practice run, he was really in prime form too, because he pushed, I think, 2 out of the 3 Jewel Beasts here, plus both forms of Lord of Jewels. Blue, yellow. So it's the same as the first floor, only plus the rose gem too. So it's a decent pattern for backtracking. Hey, Quetzington, thanks for luck. Seventh and final Jewel Boost. I've forgotten to equip the hammer at least once and ended up just doing a blammo plus a spin to kill the 3 potos, but every time I've done that, that's been my cue to equip it afterwards. Alright, not bad. I've noticed that too, especially if I try to play the remaster on PC. I'm guessing it's probably just because I don't really have like a great low lag monitor for my PC. And we get insta. As far as I know, no. No AI related stuff has changed in the remaster. Or just gameplay related stuff, period. Like there's a glitch in Leucemia that's fixed in the remaster, which I'll be exploiting in this run, hopefully to skip a fight, but aside from that, there's very, very little that's actually changed. Oh yeah, and then having that snatched away from you by Square Enix deciding to actually fix what for casual players would be a soft lock is not cool. That's the kind of thing that I really wish this game had more of, is ways to skip fights or cutscenes via really clever movement tech. I've done a lot of speedruns of Chrono Trigger, and that game is absolutely chock full of minor skips like that. Oh, yeah, as in skip it, going directly to Draconis without having to fight the mini bosses. That would be pretty sweet. I remember the excitement when a about like I don't know, like a less than 10-second cutscene skip was found in Chrono Cross because of how little stuff can be skipped in that game. Yeah, I'd imagine there'd be more like possibilities for how to try to skip that if there was like a fight in that screen or a cutscene or just something that had more objects that you could interact with. Oh yeah, and then this is why Bud and Lisa are required for finishing Jumi's storyline, is because the game developers decided to just make that required instead of program a variation on the ending to the Jumi storyline that does not have Bud and Lisa in it. Alright, so we're in the home stretch now. We just have a Faerie storyline to go. And as we've already done all prerequisite quests for Faerie storyline stuff, we're just going to be kind of zooming through one quest to the next. One little detour here, though. We're going to initiate a side quest here to lock Sotheby and friends in the White Forest so that we can do the Murmuring Forest without having to do Hunt and Ducate first. Yeah, same, Big Kingsley. Definitely appreciate that this all storylines run lets you hear pretty much the whole soundtrack. I need to pay a little more attention just because the route through the jungle for the Murmuring Forest is pretty different from in Faerie storyline because of not having fast travel available and having slightly different quest triggers that I have to hit. Yeah. I'm using notes for the map navigation. For every run of this game too, even I do still use notes for the artifact placements on the overworld too, just because it's that's not something you want to make mistakes with. I'd rather just use notes to make sure I get it right. Especially when I'm kind of jumping back and forth between categories too, that all have totally different map builds. I mean, yeah, the guy that ran this category for RPG Limit Break a couple years ago did it all from memory too, which, having run the game myself now, I find mad impressive. Yeah, Quadrupus. I was really glad to give him the opportunity to run the game for a marathon too, just because he mentioned in his submission video a bit that this game meant a lot to him for keeping him company when he was having to move a lot through his childhood too. The story. The real OG for this game though is Sir VG. Like, he'd been running this game for pretty much since it first came out. Yeah, that'd be awesome if it got in. I don't think this game has ever been in a mainline GDQ yet. If your submission gets in, I'd certainly be down to help with commentary too, if you were interested too. As of now, SGDQ is in person. I know the organizers will change it to online if it's determined to not be safe at the time. Hey, Blind Empire, good morning. Oh, awesome. Glad to hear. I would just love, no matter who runs it, I would love to see this game get a showing in GDQ. Both because it's never been in before and just how much work has been put into it the past few years, too. Along with the extra attention the game in general's gotten lately because of the remaster coming out. Yeah, we were thinking either all stories or just a single story bid war of some kind. Though logistically, I would see if a bid war being best between Dragon and Faerie, just because they're the closest in length. Especially if you do a slightly more conservative estimate for Dragon because of the RNG with the weapon drops and bosses. I would agree. Yeah, I would definitely agree that for a single story run, that Faerie percent would be the kind of the best showcase of the game too, because I think it's got the best variety with the boss fights, the combat in general. Yeah, that too. It's got a lot of downtime, which is unfortunate. I mean, having done Jumi percent runs, I've come to really appreciate how the Jewel Beast fights play out in that category because of how technical they are to optimize between the counter strikes and then trying to read the boss AI. But I mean, yeah, there's just so much cutscenes and fetch questing. Especially for an audience that's not there primarily to watch RPGs, like RPG Limit Break. I'd ideally want to show them something more fast-paced. You tried. You tried. Alright, next up on our humiliation list is Boreal Hound. But hey, though, whenever that Legend of Mana Teardrop Crystal anime finally comes out, then maybe that might be a good time to do Jumi percent for some kind of marathon. I mean, has that even been confirmed that it's getting, like, an English release of some kind, or is this going to be, like, old school, having to wait for somebody to make fan subs of it? Really been paying too much attention. Yeah, I guess I don't suppose it's also known yet how many episodes it's going to have. I know that's considerably more variable in anime than in, like, American television. This being kind of the end of the run, too, I appreciate how we did the Gorgonai a while ago, too, and Search of Fairies is a lot faster paced because there's fewer cutscenes. Like... Like many things, we were pretty cathartic to be able to just spin kill those yaks, given that they're a pain in the 30% runs. And this guy too. And because we're playing this, we're going to be fighting the superior version of this boss too, because ow! Take that. I've noticed from doing some runs on the remaster too that in addition to cutting out the AWU for some silly reason, they kind of messed up the spawn animation for the boss too, because after it howls in the background on the remaster, the sprite just kind of jerkily shifts to the left a bit before flying up off the top of the screen. I'm guessing that's just a byproduct of trying to make it widescreen without totally redesigning the animation from scratch. Yeah, that's maybe Boreal Hound probably heard me awooing and did another one just for good measure. Oop, actually, I'm supposed to go to the mine first. Looking at the wrong section of my notes. So this right here is why most of the stuff that we did in the mines earlier in order to unlock the weapon forge was not just purely to get the weapon forge. We had to do the longest quest that we did here is a prerequisite for this one. Is part of the Faerie storyline. And this quest we're gonna kind of just nope out of because we can. Oh, nice, monocled unicorn. Doing it. You doing the original version or the pixel remaster? Okay, yeah. I haven't been following the Pixel Remaster speedrun scene super closely, but it does sound like it's going to be pretty different from the SNES version. Even assuming some of the major glitches eventually get patched out. Are there any glitches in FF4 Pixel Remaster, or did those all get fixed? Like I know FF5 Pixel Remaster had some glitches with Beastmaster and with the final boss too. 6 I know has ways to get spells that you're not supposed to have, and well, I don't think this one's actually useful, but wrong warping back to the world of balance from the world of ruin is a thing in FF6 Pixel Remaster. One thing about those games that I'm kind of curious why they did though is why they made you level up faster in FF4 but none of the other games. Because if they were going to do that to any of the games, I would have thought it would have been 5, just because FF5 I think is the hardest final boss casually of the 3. The main theme behind Faerie's storyline I guess as I've seen it, is just about kind of people wanting to be free from expectations of them, kind of societal norms and that sort of thing, and that leading to problems of its own. It's certainly something that would make more sense if you actually saw the flashbacks in the mines instead of just skipping them like I did. Yeah. Has anyone ever actually skipped this ST on PS1? I've been able to beat her before she does it on remaster, but I don't think I ever have on PS1. Oh, you see, you can spin and stun her on PS1. I should really practice that for this category. Then it probably doesn't work in Faerie % because I mean, there's no way that would actually save time over counter-striking in Faerie %, but in this category, I think definitely. Oh, you have to be in dizzy range? Okay. Alright. I'm not familiar enough with this run to know if I'm on sub 4 pace, but I guess we'll know after Irwin. Reason I'm so overpowered is because of using the in-game weapon crafting system. At about the hour mark in the run, I used Watts's Forge in order to build a hammer weapon that has 188 attack power. That's the main reason. The secondary reason is that I've been using a hammer weapon for the whole game, and then your stat growth when you level up is tied to what weapon you have equipped. And the hammer and the two-handed sword give you the best strength growth. It does take a couple minutes of other stuff in order to both unlock the forge and then to forge the hammer, so that's why that's something that's only done in a longer category of this game. In a single story category, it wouldn't be worth it, and you'd use other weapons that you can get through conventional means. Kind of a weird feeling to be creating leukemia and then just immediately going there too, unlike Faerie % where you have 2 other quests first. Oh, you're in for a treat if you've never seen this area then. This has my favorite music in the game. I think it's one of the most cool visual set pieces in the game too. Or as being the skeleton of an ancient dragon that's floating up and down. This is also the only part of the run where we're actually able to skip some stuff via minor glitching too. Specifically 2 6-second cutscenes and 1 20-second fight. It's especially good too because of the build-up from the cutscenes leading up to this too. Neck, please, you're dead. Yeah, well, I guess you technically can't go back to the flames either, but it just transforms back into the underworld, so it's not like it's a dead area of the map. This becomes. Definitely feel, I mean, with how tanky the enemies here are in this category, I definitely feel like I can use some practice with how to actually optimize these fights. Not all of them are just spin to win. It only saves 6 seconds if you get it perfectly, so I try a little bit, but if I don't get it, I just trigger the cutscene and move on. Now for the battle skip. Got that pretty fast. But that's technically a soft lock, but via some clever movement found by Lemur, you can actually just clip through the snack and be on your way. And like I said earlier, that's something I really, really wish there was more of in the game. Nope. Yeah, I need to actually practice some of these fights because I'm having Faerie % muscle memory kind of bite me a few times as far as how to one-shot some of these regular mobs. It's not working because they have different stats and I have a different weapon. Second Silva Skip, this one's a lot easier than the first one. Nice. I've got a Samsung Galaxy S8 Plus, I think the model number is. I've had it for about 5 years now. And I like it. Hey, Transco, welcome in. Yes. I got the security update a couple months ago. I mean, I would recommend getting whatever the current model of Samsung Galaxy is, though. If you get a new phone. Where I need to practice the non-blamo strat to see how consistent it is for me. Because Irwin is a boss you do not want to actually do stuff. Wastes a lot of time. Alright, so this is about a 5-ish minute cutscene, I want to say, and then the final quest should take 6 minutes or so. So yeah, this should barely be sub 4 pace, I think. My rough goal for the first PS1 run. I'd like to try to get this closer to 350. Oh, nice, Transquin. I hope you enjoyed it. The most fun thing that I did with playing the remaster casually was actually doing a level 1 challenge. Because you can beat this game at level 1 if you just let all experience drops from enemies disappear. That makes the, as long as you keep your weapons fairly up to date, then you're basically kind of a glass cannon, where the boss fights aren't like massive slogs, but you will die in like 2 or 3 hits in most cases. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Chrono Cross again. It's been a really long time. It unfortunately does not look like Square Enix is putting as much effort into the Chrono Cross remaster as they did into like this game and Saga Frontier, but just having the game be accessible on modern hardware will be quite nice, though. Oh yeah, there's a Chrono Cross remaster coming out in like a week, 2. I forget what the exact date is. I just know it's early-ish April. Yeah, I think it's called the Radical Dreamers Edition. It's also going to have Radical Dreamers, which was a Super Famicom visual novel style game released in English for the first time too. Yeah, they posted some samples of the new Chrono Cross soundtrack recently, and honestly, I wasn't terribly impressed by them, but as long as there's an option to use the original soundtrack, then that's okay. Hey, DeWolf. Okay. Yeah, I know I'm definitely not alone. I know RPG Chick wasn't a fan either. But I mean, as long as you can just play the original soundtrack, then that's fine. I mean, there was the new music in the Secret of Mana remake got a fair bit of criticism, but I mean, the game had the option to use the original music, and it would sound better than on the SNES because it didn't have the issue where sound effects would overwrite music sound channels like on the SNES version. So still an improvement over the original game either way. Supposedly, Yasunori Mitsuda was supervising the soundtrack remastering for Chrono Cross. But I wouldn't imagine that he personally wrote all of the new music, though. $60 is definitely kind of sadness, though, given that it's $20 digitally. Yeah, agreed, Transquina. Like, they chose not to redo the soundtrack for Saga Frontier, and I was fine with that. I mean, even as somebody that doesn't have nostalgia for the original game because I didn't play it on the PS1, I thought the original soundtrack sounded perfectly fine in a modernized game. Yeah, oh yeah, true. I mean, yeah, there was new music for the new content added to the game in the remaster that Kenji Ito wrote. I guess I don't know if he wrote it for the remaster or if he'd written it 20 years ago and it didn't get used in the game. Hey, antagonist, yeah. Alright. So is there a reason why we wait all the way now and to actually place the mana sword? Because I was kind of wondering if if placing it earlier would mean it had the monsters here would have less health, or if the mana tree has different rules or something for how its land level gets set. Yeah, agreed, Cadmac. I mean, there's so many good older RPGs that haven't aged the greatest for various reasons, and them getting like remastered and re-released with quality of life improvements is a really, really good thing. Yeah, like as I understand it, the kind of quote-unquote best, well, maybe the most the best modern version of Final Fantasy Tactics, I think, is on like mobile phones and tablets, and doesn't really feel like it would be a ton of effort in order just to port that version to like PC and modern console. Oh yeah, I guess that is true, that you'd be raising the level of other stuff then. Because yeah, there's only 7 fights here. And you're one-shotting the mana goddess either with Counter-Strike or an ST, so yeah, I can see that. I wasn't thinking about placing this earlier, raising the stats for other places. Because yeah, I've never actually played Xenogears or a lot of other kind of non-AAA PS1 RPGs because of having been in college at the time and not having had either the money or the free time for every game that came out. Rentals were a great thing, but the Blockbuster near my college wasn't too great with having lesser-known RPGs. I do not believe so. I don't think I don't think there's music options for the pixel remasters. But yeah, I guess that is true that you could mod them. Oh, Lemur, I noticed in some of your newer runs you've been doing the loop around the sanctuary and going the other direction. Is that just because of entering the screens and better position to use spins? Is there another reason for that? Like this fight here, yeah, if you're coming from the south instead of from the east, starting the fight closer to the dragon, and you're still in spin range for the Tomato Man. Oh, this should be a 357 actually, so it's not going to be a squeaker sub 4. Because for single story, at least for the yak, if nothing else, I feel like you probably should still be using Counter-Strike, just because you can bait it to lick you pretty easily with a plunge if you're coming from the left. Oh, I didn't equip Counter-Strike though. So. Alright, GG. I think I'm definitely going to come to view the true final boss of this category is remembering to equip Counter-Strike before the Mahanagoddess, because there's no other category I've run where you actually have a menu at this point. Alright, thanks for the GGs, everybody. Definitely a lot of improvement to be done here. Especially in the beginning too. I made some mistakes in the beginning and all throughout, but hopefully with a couple more runs I'll be able to get this closer to 350. Fastest time I know of is 348. I got a 340 on my PS4 too, as far as just how much faster the loading times are in the remaster. Yeah, I figured, because it's like, well, several years. Well, the route I guess is probably several years old, if not the actual run. Hey, Optigan, probably not soon, but I'll definitely be running Chrono Trigger again at some point. Just that my preferred category for the game is 5.5 hours, and I'm not really in a good position with my work schedule right now to be able to do runs that long. Yeah, all events is a little much for me. Oh, thanks. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been following the scene, but definitely feels like glitchless has overtaken glitch categories of Chrono Trigger. Whereas how many people are doing it. Get the poor lost Sproutling walking into the wall of the sanctuary there. So what all has changed about all stories since the route for the PS1 record? I get the sense that older routes actually did hunt and ducate instead of doing the starting catching little peas to skip it. I'm guessing just there's other optimizations with the map build for movement. and also the hammer build, I think I get the sense has also been improved on too. Oh, thanks. That means a lot coming from you too. It won't be forever. I mean, I've been enjoying running the game enough that I'm definitely planning to come back at some point. Maybe if and when I actually get a convenient setup for doing HD stuff, I might actually try to grind a good time on remaster instead of just doing kind of more casual runs of it offline. Summer of Adventure. I'm guessing you mean when the original game came out in 2000? Oh, really? I guess what did re-entering the Kiev do? Were you able to do something there to get a bunch of money? Well, thoughts definitely appreciated, as is the raid. Were you streaming deleting your copy of Mystery of the Druids? Ooh. Yeah, I saw a bit of you doing that the other day, and I do have to say the number of save files I saw in your folder was a little unsettling. Oh yeah, I do. I remember Quatropus's run at Limit Break did the X grind. But yeah, given that this version of the game has an Easter egg if you have a Saga Frontier 2 save file in your memory card, I can believe that, because there's actually an optional boss called Deathbringer 2 that on this version of the game you can only fight if you have a Saga Frontier 2 save file. On the remaster, you can just do it anyway. Oh, okay. Well, I saw somebody crash Stranger of Paradise PC by just turning it full screen, so yes, some things never change. Hey, accident, yeah. Nice accurate estimate there. Yes, I actually submitted this for GDQ. I think it's definitely a long shot, but it's something I've been running a lot lately, so I figured why not. I'd submit it to some other stuff down the road, too. Yeah, I'd like to do a couple more runs and try to push this closer to a 350. Still some couple rough spots I need to do some practice on to optimize a bit. Well, yeah, I'm being told that the record is free too because of route changes. Guess we'll see how much I get into doing runs of all stories after I've really gotten it down. Yeah, I noticed the Faerie PS1 record uses an older route too. Although I guess it's not that different, but it did some of the quests in a different order. Hope Zeroma's treated you better this weekend too, Accident, by the way. Yeah. But you don't want to be reunited with your good friend Spriggan. I would imagine if you want record at Faerie, you have to be very willing to reset over bad Spriggan fights. Hey, Glowstick, welcome in. Thanks. Yeah, the thought just having really good wiggle running for 4 hours straight is definitely an intimidating prospect, though.